This is going to be a long shift.
I do enjoy a good conversation.
Where is that slave?
Speak quickly, Outlander, or go away.
My name's Odral Helvi. I help keep the mines running and make sure business goes smoothly.
My name's Odral Helvi. I help keep the mines running and make sure business goes smoothly. Put that back. The Caldera ebony mines are southwest of the village of Caldera. There's an office, a
I'm Amelia Duronia the Imperial, Guild Guide. I provide instantaneous transport between various Mages Guild halls on Vardenfell.
Where's that slave? You're not.
Huline's apprentice summoned a scamp? I can't believe I was distracted from my studies for something so trivial.
Please, go ahead, Outlander.
Probably nothing.
I'm listening.
I do enjoy a good conversation.
Greetings, Mutsera. Should you need something, I would be happy to oblige.
Please, feel free. Talk at your leisure.
There's someone watching me. I can tell. I've heard a lot about you, Outlander. Go ahead.
My name is Vala Catrasso, and I run a little class for Outlanders new to Morrowind. Hello. My name is Vala Catrasso, and I run a little class for Outlanders new to Morrowind. You may find it easier to get along here if you know a little about Morrowind lore. I'm also a priest, and I'd be happy to talk to you about my trade. You have a complete set of A Brief History of the Empire to donate to the school? These are exquisite! I've never seen their equal. Where did you get them? The Balmalagmer? I've heard rumors of their return, and now this. Those gloves are priceless, I hope you know. I don't know what to say. Thank you for the books. These should last at least a few months.
These Dunmer are useless.
Greetings. I'm Archmage Trebonius, Guildmaster of Vivec.
Yes,
Did you deliver those
Outlander.
history books
How
in
do
the
you
name
do?
of the Baal Malagmer? You already delivered the ring. Saren Sarethi's blade has been returned to him. Good work. Maybe she can use the money from the ring you brought her to help end slavery. The Ordinators have been harassing Danso in duels, an honest but poor priest. I want you to steal a Dwemer goblet and donate it to her cause. There is a Dwemer goblet in Beryl Sala's office in the Hall of Justice. Steal this goblet and donate it to Danso in duels, who is usually outside near the High Fane. The Hall of Justice houses the 4 orders of the Temple Ordinators: the Order of the Watch, the Order of War, the Order of Doctrine and Ordination, and the Order of the Inquisition. You can access it from either the Temple or the St. Delin Canton. You're a fellow with a soft tread and a glint in his eye.
What was
Were you
that?
able to bring the Dwemer goblet to one more worthy of its value?
Not keep moving. Head on.
Make it quick, Outlander.
What do you want?
Amatwa was yours. This is the sacred city of Vivek. Count your blessings. Hello, no problem. Happy to help. Do you need services here in Vivek or something else? You're not worth killing. Why do you Outlanders think you can
Quickly,
bother
Outlander.
anyone you
I haven't
please?
much time. You may speak. This is Vivek, Pilgrim. It's big. Can't you find your way around the canton?
Make it quick, Outlander. That goblet looks familiar. What about it? Why are you giving this to me? I know I could use the money, but... Indeed. I did not realize... Yes, I see your gloves. I will accept this gift. Thank you.
I think you'll find my books very enlightening.
Please join me.
You're a fellow with a soft tread and a Were you able to bring the Dwemer goblet to one more worthy of its value? Good. Danso and Duels can sell that goblet and do more good than Beryl Sala and the Ordinators ever will. Now you know as well as I do what the Baal Malagmer should do. I will trust your judgment. I've heard you're a promising young member, but I'd like to see you a bit more seasoned. Come talk to me when you're a captain. Until then, practice your skills, and talk to Big Halende, Habasi, or Engoth. They've generally got work that needs to be done. You can find her in Balmora. He's not bad. He keeps the bad crime in line, but doesn't give us nearly as much trouble as he could. I think he knows we're all that's keeping the Kimona Tong in check. Perhaps the bitter cup would change her mind.
Look around, fool.
I think...
Let's not make this a
How
friend.
what do you want?
Perhaps I can interest you.
We're watching you.
You've
Good
got my
hunting.
ear. Let's hear it.
What do you want of me,
Should you need
Outlander?
something, I will be happy to oblige. How fare thee, friend?
Yes,
Should you need
Outlander, what
something,
may
I
I do
will be
for you?
happy to oblige. What can I help you with?
Please, go ahead, Outlander. I'm listening.
How fare thee, friend?
Greetings, I am Archmage Trebonius, Guildmaster of Vivec. Yes, you solved our little dwarven mystery quite easily, I'm sure. Once these recent troubles have passed, I may have more duties for you. Yes, I remember you, but do you?
I'm Flacacia Fauceus the Imperial,
Trebonius
Guild
Artorius,
Guide.
and head of the Guild
I
of
provide.
Oh, hello. That is nice to know.
You may speak.
Look for him in Vivek. You'll find him in the basement of Simin Fralini's bookstore in the Foreign Quarter.
What is this?
So strange this place, far from the marsh.
Should you need something, I would be happy to oblige.
These
Teleportation is
children
the
are-
only civilized.
Ah, welcome. What may...
I don't have any jobs for you. Try asking Sugar Lips Habassi and... I don't have any jobs for you, my quick-fingered friend.
Do you want something from me? Ah, welcome. What may I do for you?
To what do I owe this pleasure? Nothing gets you there faster than magic. Please, feel free to talk at your leisure.
Habassi has no jobs for you.
Double the ship.
I do enjoy a good conversation.
Teleportation is the only civilized way to travel.
Yes, I remember you, but do you remember me? I am Archmage Trebonius Artorius, and head
What
of the
can I
Guild of
help you
Mages
with?
here.
You've got to read this leaflet, friend, especially if you're shopping for ingredients.
Go about your business, but I'm watching you. Telvanni Compound is the eastmost canton. The Mage Lord Mavon Drenim is the ranking Telvanni noble.
Let's not make this official, Outlander. Move along. Let's not make this official, Outlander. Move along.
This is Vivek. We have plenty of services, plenty of faces, plenty of places. What are you looking for? I don't have a lot of patience for questions, Outlander.
Welcome to Vivek. I'm Tendrin Hlervu. Are you looking for services in the Sacred City? Maybe I can help.
Probably nothing.
Outlander, what do you want?
Three gods, one truth.
Hey there, Kipper. Why don't you buy an old reaver a jug of Mazte, and I'll tell you a little secret.
Dare I hope? Are you here to rescue us?
We rent beds. I have some goods for barter. What do you want? Conscience makes cowards of us all, Outlander. So spit it out!
Let no new thing arise, Outlander.
Not now, Outlander. Head on.
Conscience makes cowards of us all, Outlander.
You're
So
in
spit it out!
Telvanni territory, so favor me with your question, Pilgrim. Do you need me to point out some specific place? That little twit. Of course I made him invisible. Did he tell you why? He asked me to. Came in muttering something about just wanting everyone to leave him alone, and promised to pay me 400 septums to make him invisible to everyone. Did I get my money, though? No, he still has a debt to pay. So, when he came in a few weeks later begging me to remove it, I laughed in his face, or where I assumed it was. That is I. What do you need? He still owes me 400 septums. I haven't even charged interest on the debt because I don't believe the little fool would understand what it meant. You can pay the debt yourself if you wish. You want to pay the debt? Fine with me. I'll remove the spell, but I don't want to see the little fool back here again anytime soon.
We're watching you, scum. Keep moving. We're watching you.
someone watching me. I can tell.
Yes, Haji. Really, I can't tell you how good it is to be visible again. Thank you so much.
I think you'll find my books.
This is Vivek, Pilgrim. It's big. Can't you find your way around the cantons?
I like your style, Enwa. Here's a tip. Propylon. Ever been in a Dunmer stronghold? Have you seen the Propylon chambers with the 2 big stone pillars? They're transportation devices, except you need a key to use them. A tiny little thing called a Propylon Index. A guy tried to sell me one, wanted a fortune for it, so I told him to blow. Later, I hear this guy went to a Daedric shrine called Malkashishi and forgot to come back. So maybe the Propylon Index went there with him and stayed.
I hear Leslie's working out of a cave on the island east of Vivek. I think you'll find my book.
I'm watching.
Hello, my
Go
friend.
ahead.
What a glorious time it is. Perhaps I can interest you in one of my...
Good day, Outlander. I'm the caravaner for Vivek. Tell me your destination and I'll tell you if I can help you.
We make a special trip just for you. Same low price. Short trip, long trip, you decide.
I will bathe in your blood.
Just a friendly warning. Don't spook the Netch. Don't worry. They're completely safe if you don't bother them. But get them riled up, and they're trouble. Especially the Betty Netch. Imperial guildsmen are in the foreign quarter. Redorans are in Redoran compound, and Telvanni are in Telvanni compound. Hlalu are in Hlalu compound. Did you hear they stuck that dissident priest's guy, Malur O'Main, in the Ministry of Truth? I guess the temple priests and ordinators figure they can straighten him out in there. I'll bet they can. Don't fight when you're tired. Don't try to cast spells when you're tired. If someone attacks you first, you have the right to defend yourself. If someone doesn't attack you first, you're going to break the law.
I don't know you. What do you want? I don't know you. What do you want?
You're about as popular as a bowl of tar. And whose fault is that? It's your fault, Outlander. I'm not here to give you directions, Outlander. Go ask your friends. It may come as a surprise to you, but some of us don't like Outlanders and don't want to talk to them. You are generous, and your judgment is good. It may come as a surprise to you, but some of us don't like Outlanders. You want my advice, Outlander? Stay clear of the Kimono Tong. We don't like Outlanders. So you think House Hlalu is just an imperial puppet? I'm just a Netch herder. Just a friendly warning. Don't spook the Netch. Don't worry. They're completely safe if you don't bother them. But get them riled up, and they're trouble. Especially the Betty Netch. What are the most dangerous places in Morrowind? Well, probably the Ash Vampire Citadels inside the Ghost Fence on Red Mountain. But outside the Ghost Fence, I guess the Daedric Ruins would be the worst. They're all over the place, and full of bad Daedra, and the crazy folks who summon them. I hear vampires are pretty bad too, but I've never seen any personally. And the Dwemer sites are pretty bad too. There's an enchanted transportation system in the old Dunmer strongholds, created ages ago. Have you noticed? For all its proclamations about protecting the rights of property and preserving law and order, The Imperial Legion does little enough to capture and prosecute abolitionists. I don't know you. What do you want? If someone attacks you first, you have the right to defend yourself. Don't fight when you're tired. Don't try to cast spells when you're tired. Have you noticed? For all its proclamations about protecting the rights of property and preserving law and order, the Imperial Legion does little enough to capture and prosecute abolitionists.
Yes, what is it? I don't know you. What do you want? If all it takes is a little persuasion, a flask of Telvanni bug musk is what you need. Makes even an orc charming. What are the most dangerous places in Morrowind? Well, probably the ash vampire citadels inside the ghost fence.
that slave? Here not long ago.
I must meet my partner as soon as possible. Greetings. Perhaps you can help me. I was supposed to meet my business partner here, but I was running late, and it looks like she went ahead to Molag Mar without me. Yes, my partner Vanjira and I were going to do some business in Molag Mar. I was detained, though, and it seems she's gone ahead without me. I'm a bit surprised because it's a fairly dangerous trip. I've heard the road there is populated by dangerous creatures, and I fear I can't make it alone. Perhaps you'd be willing to escort me? I have little to compensate you for your trouble, but once we meet up with Vanjira, she should be able to reward you well. Excellent. Let's be on our way then. I must meet my partner as soon as possible. Yes, Vanjira. She's in Molag Mar waiting for me. We'll need to head to the east part of Vardenfell. Here, I'll mark it on your map. She is my business partner. I assume she's gone ahead to Molag Mar. Run while you can. Ow! Long now. Ah! Death awaits you.
death awaits you. You'll be dead soon.
Driver.
I must meet my partner
No
as soon as
ash.
possible.
A good day.
We must find her. She should be somewhere in Molag Mar.
Why walk? This is the village of Molag Mar Outlander in the Molag Amur region. I'm a caravaner and I manage the Silt Strider port here. Tell me your destination if you're looking for a ride. Or if you're new to Molag Mar, I can help you with local services or any specific place in Molag Mar you're looking for. Or did you hear about the pilgrims headed east of Lake Nabia, northwest of Mount Kand? That's no place for a party of pilgrims.
This is Vivek, pilgrim. It's big. Can't you find it?
Pardon me, you look like you could use some extra cash. Perhaps you could be of some use to Raleigh and me. You see, Raleigh and I are heading to Vivek to deliver this shipment of clothing to Agrippina Herinia the Clothier. Truly, it's some of the finest clothing you'll ever see. Perhaps I could interest you in some. Well, regardless, I've heard rumor that the road to Vivek has become rather dangerous of late. Perhaps you'd be willing to escort the two of us. Raleigh and I would be most appreciative, and would be willing to offer some compensation. There's a good fellow. See, Raleigh, I told you there are still some good folks in these lands. Raleigh's become such a pessimist in his old age, but I told him we'd find someone to help. When we get there, I'll reward you. I think 200 septums seems fair. How about the three of us get going? Finest Pakguar I've ever had the privilege of knowing. He and I have been together for years. Sure, he and I have our arguments, and he sometimes can be a little bit stubborn, but we always seem to be able to work things out. She's a clothier in Vivek. Her shop is in the canal works of the foreign quarter. Sells a nice selection of fine clothing, some provided by yours truly, and transported with care by Raleigh. Well, shall we travel together to... Shall we continue on? Excellent. Let's be on our way.
Remember, leave the Netch alone, and they'll leave you alone.
Shall we travel together to the shop? It'll be lonely without Raleigh, but we'll make it.
Do you want something from me?
Wealth beyond measure, Outlander.
was that slave? Oh, not now.
Dare I hope? Are you here to rescue us?
Excuse me, I don't talk with people I don't like.
There's no time for talk now. Go.
I don't like you. I don't want to talk to you. There is no time for talk with you. What makes you think I want to talk with you? There is no time for talk with you.
I don't know you. What do you want?
Die, Fetcher!
Die like a dog.
There is no escape! You will suffer! Die! You inward! Die!
What's your question?
That is quite enough. That is quite enough.
There's no time for talk now. Go.
Quick! Find the key before they return.
There's no time for talk now. Go. Annoying outlanders.
Well, this should be interesting.
Find someone else to bother. Leave me. Annoying outlanders. Walk with virtue, Outlander.
What do you want of me, Outlander? I can already tell I'm not going to like this. With an outfit like that, you must be doing very well for yourself.
Keep moving, scum.
Walk with virtue, Outlander. I can already tell I'm not going to like this.
What was that?
What do you ask of me?
Leave me. Keep moving, scum.
Speak, traveler. Then she poured the wine.
There is much to learn.
What was that?
Doesn't even keep it locked. So they say.
Probably just a rat or something.
You will suffer great...
Oh!
You Ingmar.
Probably nothing.
When the Lady Ginevra was kidnapped from her estate and held for ransom, her mother sent word out that whoever rescued her would be allowed to marry her and inherit the land. Unfortunately, in those troubled days, kidnappings, murders and thievery were rampant, and there was a dearth of able-bodied adventurers for such assignments. In fact, the only person who answered her call was a skinny little fellow named Baranat. "You are certainly brave, but I fear you would never survive," said the old woman. "My daughter, you see, has been kidnapped by the Corabel brothers, whose physical prowess is the stuff of legend." "My lady," said Baranat, "when I was born, I was blessed by Vivek, Almalexia, and Sotasil, and I have the ear of the saints. If I run into any trouble, I'll call on them to aid my quest." Doubtful, but having no other prospects, the old woman sent Baranat off, explaining that the Four Brothers' camp was to the north. In the center of the camp, the eldest and most powerful brother, Iron Coribale, was holding Lady Ginevra personally. Each of his brothers guarded a different post along the valley. Baranat would have to defeat each to rescue the lady. Baranat rode many miles through the northern swamps before he came to the first of the brothers' guard posts. There he saw Vanis Coribale, the youngest of the brothers, watching the valley for intruders. Vanis was known to be faster than the wind, a warrior who could thrash his opponents before they even unsheathed their weapons. Baranat took a look at his sad, cut-rate iron blade and prayed to the saints. St. Veloth the Pilgrim appeared before Baranat in shining robes and smiled upon him. "Baranat, put down your blade, and I will make you swifter than bolt of lightning." Baranat dropped his blade and ran at Vanis, moving so fast he didn't rustle a leaf with his pace. In a flash, Vanis was dead by Baranat's hands. The adventurer continued on until he reached the second youngest Coribale brother, Ferrin, who not only was as fast as Vanis, but so strong he could rip a trauma shrub up by the roots with 2 fingers. Baranat hid himself and trembled as he looked at the giant Ferrin Coribale. Again, the young adventurer prayed to the saints. Saint Nerevar the captain appeared before Baranat in golden armor and smiled upon him. "Baranat, I will make you stronger than 100 warriors." Baranat rushed at Ferrin, knocking the giant through a boulder which turned to dust on impact. Ferrin tried to get to his feet, but Baranat tore him apart, scattering him across the valley floor in 87 pieces. Beyond Ferrin's post was a raging river, where the second eldest Coribale brother, Horace, stood guard. Horace, who was faster than his brother Vanis, stronger than his brother Ferrin, and so tough that he could swim in the lava of Dagoth-Ur like it was the Padamaic Ocean. Baranat thought of his own tolerance for pain, which was minimal, and prayed to the saints for help. St. Roris the Martyr appeared before Baranat with flesh like sparkling gems and smiled on him. "Baranat, I will make you unyielding as the heart of oblivion." Baranat rushed at Horace, and 2 plunged into the rushing river. For 12 hours they wrestled one another under the water, until Horace could hold his breath no more, and drowned. Baranat pulled himself out of the river and continued down the valley, until he reached the camp. Aaron Coribale himself was there, guarding a squirming sack, which Baranat assumed either contained Lady Ginevra or several large cats. The young adventurer quailed at the prospect of doing battle with Iron Coribale, the swiftest, strongest, sturdiest, and most accomplished fighter of the brothers. He prayed to the saints for help. St. Olms the Just appeared before Baranat in a burst of flame and smiled on him. "Baranat, I will make you more cunning in battle than the most dangerous of Daedra." Baranat walked calmly into the camp and began battle with Iron Coribale. The fight lasted 7 days, and for 6 of them, Iron had the upper hand. He rained kicks and punches down, using the arrhythmic style the Khajiit call Gutfang. He parried and blocked in all the fashions of the great Nordic warriors. He maintained his balance, coordination, speed, strength, timing, and tactics as the moons rose and fell from the sky. But on the 7th day, as he was preparing his killing blow, he suddenly stopped, eyes wide open. The blood drained from his face, and he realized the trap he had stepped into. a trap with no escape. With 3 quick flashes of his hand, Baranat completed the cycle of blood, the old Redguard fighting style he had begun on day 1. Aaron Corribail breathed no more. The young adventurer ran to open the sack where Lady Genevra lay. His first surprise. She had a face like a drach, and as she began to berate him for taking his time, he realized that she had a very, very, very unpleasant personality as well. Several days later, when they were back at the old woman's court, he discovered that the estate that he would be inheriting was utterly dissolute by decades of blight storms and poor crops. St. Delin the Wise watched the young adventurer from a cloud in the sky and smiled on him. Baranat, before you fight, find out what you're fighting for.
Talk is free. What do you want?
creature.
Go ahead.
My time is precious, so make it quick.
What was that? Any time now.
I'm waiting. Speak quickly, Outlander, or go away.
Excuse me, Master. Can you help me? Please. I fear I'm lost without your help. Please, can you aid a poor Argonian?
Oh, kind and great one. Recently escaped from the Dren plantation, am I? Very cruel they were to me there. Please, great friend, will you not help me? I have heard there is a place near here that will help those such as me. Oh, great and kind one, I beg you. A kindly Redguard who helps us is what I've heard.
Oh, thank you, thank you. You are too kind to Tul, not like the guards at the Dren plantation, and cruel Orvas Dren, the powerful master there, and the evil brothers Ienith. So cruel, so cruel. Thank you for helping deliver me from them.
Yes, great one. A Redguard who will help those like me. Perhaps he is nearby. All I wish is to find the people who will help me.
Shall we continue on? I must get to freedom. Please, we've got to get to that place. Please hurry.
I don't know you. What do you want? The only Redguard I know around here is Sturdican. He's got a farm to the northwest of here. Just follow the path.
Rizada has heard tales of this. Not far from here, but farther than Rizada will ever go.
So, where are you from?
It's about time I had some fun! Run while you can! Oh.
I see that you were taken in by that bounty hunter. Fear not, it is not uncommon for them to come looking here. I thank you for your help, and for your intentions. Here, take this. It is a small token of my gratitude. May it serve you well. So I said, where's the money in that?
Thatcher.
Jornibret's Last Dance. Women's Verse 1. Every winter season, except for the reason of one war or another, really quite a bother. The Queen of Rimmon and her consort request their vassals come and cavort on each and every ball, the first man at the hall. Is Lord Ogin Jornibret of Gaer, the curse of all the maidens fair. Women's Refrain. Oh, dear ladies, beware. Dearest, dearest ladies, take care. Though he's a very handsome man, if you dare to take his handsome hand, the nasty little spell will be cast, and your first dance with him will be the last. Men's Verse 1. At this social event, everyone who went knew the bows and stances, and steps to all the dances. The Queen of Rimmon and her consort would order a trumpet's wild report, and there could be no indecision. As he revelers took position, the first dance only ladies, separate, away from such men as Lord Jornibret. Men's refrain. Oh dear fellows, explain. Brothers, can you help make it plain? The man's been doing this for years, leaving maidens fair in tears, before the final tune's been blast, and her first dance with him will be the last. Women's verse 2. Lord Ogin Jornibret of Gare watched the ladies dance on air, the loveliest in the realm, a fellow in a ursine hide helm, said, "The Queen of Rimmon and her consort have put together quite a sport. Which lady fair do you prefer?" Lord Jornibret pointed, "Her. See that bosom bob and weave, well suited for me to love and leave." Women's refrain, men's verse 2. The man in the mask of a bear had left the Lord of Gare. Before the ladies' dance was ending, then a trumpet sounded, portending that the Queen of Rimmon and her consort called for the men to come to court. Disdainful, passing over all the rest, Ogin approached she of bobbing breast. She was rejected, saved a life of woe, for a new maiden as fair as snow. Men's refrain, women's verse 3. At the first note of the band, the beauty took Ogin's hand. She complimented his stately carriage, dancing to the tune about the marriage of the Queen of Rimmon and her consort. It is very difficult indeed to comport, with grace neither falling nor flailing, wearing ornate hide and leather mailing, dancing light as the sweetest of dreams, without a single squeak of the seams. Women's refrain, men's verse 3. The rhythms rose and fell, no one dancing could excel, with masculine grace and syncopation. Lord Jornibret even drew admiration from the Queen of Rimmon and her consort, like a beauteous vessel pulling into port. He silently slid, belying the leather's weight. She whispered girlishly, "The hour is late, but I've never seen such grace in hide armor." It was a pity he knew he had to harm her. Men's refrain, women's verse 4. The tune beat was furious. He began to be curious. Where had the maiden been sequestered before this dance was requested? By the consort and his Queen of Rimmon. "I didn't see you dance with the women. My dress was torn as I came to the dance," she said, smiling in a voice deep as a man's. "My maids worked quickly to repair, while I wore a suit of hide, a helm of a bear." Women's refrain.
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Hallgerd's Tale by Tavi Dromio. I think the greatest warrior who ever lived had to be Vilus Nominus, offered Shiomara. Name one other warrior who conquered more territory. Tiber Septim, obviously, said Hallgerd. He wasn't a warrior, he was an administrator. A politician, said Garaz. And besides, acreage conquered can't be final means of determining the best warrior. How about skill with a blade? There are other weapons than blades, objected Shiomara. Why not skill with an axe or a bow? Who was the greatest master of all weaponry? I can't think of one greatest master of all weaponry, said Hallgerd. Balaxis of Agia Nero in Black Marsh was the greatest wielder of a lance. Ernze Lervu of the Ashlands is the greatest master of the club I've ever seen. The greatest master of the katana is probably an Akaviri warlord we've never heard of, as far as archery goes. Pelinal Whitestrake supposedly conquered all of Tamriel by himself, interrupted Shiomara. That was before the First Era, said Garaz. It's probably mostly myth, but there are all sorts of great warriors of the modern eras. The Cameron usurper, the unknown hero who brought together the Staff of Chaos and defeated Jagathan. We can't declare an unknown champion as the greatest warrior. What about Nandor Bereid, the Empress Kataraya's champion, suggested Shiomara. They said he could use any weapon ever invented. But what happened to him? Smiled Garaz. He was drowned in the Sea of Ghosts because he couldn't get his armor off. Call me overly particular, but I think the greatest warrior in the world should know how to take armor off. It's kind of hard to judge ability to wear armor as a skill, said Shiomara. Either you have basic functionality in a suit of armor, or you don't. That's not true, said Hallgerd. There are masters in that as well, people who can do things while wearing armor better than we can out of armor. Have you ever heard of Hlalu Passaroth, the king's great-grandfather? Shiomara and Garaz admitted that they had not. This was hundreds and hundreds of years ago, and Passaroth was the ruler of a great estate which he had won by right of being the greatest warrior in the land. It's been said, and truly, that much of the house's current power is based on Passaroth's earnings as a warrior. Every week he held games at his castle, pitting his skill against the champions of the neighbouring estates, and every week he won something. His great skill wasn't in the use of weaponry, though he was decent enough with an axe and a long sword, but in his ability to move quickly and with great agility, wearing a full suit of heavy mail. There were some who said that he moved faster while wearing armour than he did out of it. Some months before this story begins, he had won the daughter of one of his neighbours, a beautiful creature named Mina, who he had made his wife. He loved her very much, but he was intensely jealous, and with good reason. She wasn't very pleased with his husbandly skills, and the only reason Mina never strayed was because Passaroth kept a close eye on her. She was, to put it kindly, naturally amorous and resentful of her position as a prize. Wherever he went, he always brought her with him. At the games, she was placed in a special box so that he could see her even while he competed. But his real competition, though he didn't know it, was from a handsome young armourer he also had won at one of his competitions. Mina had noticed him, and the armourer, whose name was Taran, had certainly noticed her. This has all the makings of a dirty joke, Hallgerd, said Shiomara with a smile. I swear that it's entirely true, said Hallgerd. The problem facing the lovers was, of course, that they could never be alone. Perhaps because of this, it became a burning obsession to both of them. Taran decided that the best time for them to consummate their love was during the games. Mina feigned illness, so she didn't have to stay in the box, but Passaroth visited the sick room every few minutes between fights, so Taran and Mina could never get together. The sound of Passaroth's armour clunking up the stairs to visit his sick wife gave Taran the idea. He crafted his lord a new suit of armour, strong and bright and beautifully decorated. For his purposes, Taran rubbed the leg joints with lucre dust, so the more he sweated and the more he moved them, the more they'd stick together. After a little while, Taran figured, Passaroth wouldn't be able to walk very quickly, and wouldn't have enough time in between fights to visit his wife. But just in case, Taran also added bells to the legs which rung loudly when they moved, so the couple would be able to hear him coming in plenty of time. When the games commenced the following week, Mina feigned illness again, and Taran presented his lord with the new armor. Passeroth was delighted with it, as Taran hoped he would be, and donned it for his first fight. Taran then stole upstairs to Mina's bedchamber. All was silent outside as the two began to make love. Suddenly, Mina noticed a peculiar expression on Taran's face, and before she had a chance to ask him about it, his head fell off at the neck. Passeroth was standing behind him with his axe in hand. How did he get upstairs so quickly with his leg joints gummed up? And didn't they hear the bells ringing? Asked Garaz. Well, you see, when Passeroth realized he couldn't walk on his legs very quickly, he walked on his hands. I don't believe it, laughed Shiomara. What happened next? Asked Garaz. Did Passeroth kill Mina also? No one knows exactly what happened next, said Hallgerd. Passeroth didn't return for the next game, nor for the next. Finally, at the fourth game he returned to fight, and Mina appeared in the box to watch. She didn't appear to be sick anymore. In fact, she was smiling and had a light flush to her face. They did it, cried Shiomara. I don't have all the salacious details, except that after the battle it took 10 squires 13 hours to get Passeroth's armor off because of all the lucre dust mixed with sweat. I don't understand. You mean he didn't take his armor off when they... But how? Like I said, replied Hallgerd, this is a story about someone who was more agile and accomplished in his armor than out of it. Now that's skill, said Garaz. For 300 years I have been a priestess of Azura, the Daedric princess of Moonshadow, mother of the Rose, and queen of the night sky. Every Hoggitham, which we celebrate on the 21st of First Seed, we summon her for guidance, as well as to offer things of worth and beauty to her majesty. She is a cruel but wise mistress. We do not invoke her on any Hoggitham troubled by thunderstorms, for those nights belong to the Mad One, Sheogorath, even if they do coincide with the occasion. Azura at such times understands our caution. Azura's invocation is a very personal one. I have been priestess to 3 other Daedric princes, but Azura values the quality of her worshippers and the truth behind our adoration of her. When I was a dark elven maid of 16, I joined my grandmother's coven, worshippers of Molag Bal, the schemer princess. Blackmail, extortion, and bribery are as much the weapons of the witches of Molag Bal as is dark magic. The invocation of Molag Bal is held on the 20th of Evening Star, except during stormy weather. This ceremony is seldom missed, but Molag Bal often appears to her cultists in mortal guise on other dates. When my grandmother died in an attempt to poison the heir of Firewatch, I re-examined my faith in the cult. My brother was a warlock of the cult of Boethia, and from what he told me, the Dark Warrior was closer to my spirit than the treacherous Molag Bal. Boethia is a warrior princess who acts more overtly than any other Daedroth. After years of skulking and scheming, it felt good to perform acts for a mistress which had direct, immediate consequences. Besides, I liked it that Boethia was a Daedra of the Dark Elves. Our cult would summon her on the day we called the Gauntlet, the 2nd of Sun's dusk. Bloody competitions would be held in her honor, and the duels and battles would continue until 9 cultists were killed at the hands of other cultists. Boethia cared little for her cultists. She only cared for our blood. I do think I saw her smile when I accidentally slew my brother in a sparring session. My horror, I think, greatly pleased her. I left the cult soon after that. Boethia was too impersonal for me, too cold. I wanted a mistress of greater depth. For the next 18 years of my life I worshipped no one. Instead, I read and researched. It was in an old and profane tome that I came upon the name of Nocturnal, the Night Mistress. Nocturnal, the Unfathomable. As the book prescribed, I called to her on her holy day, the 3rd of Hearthfire. At last I had found the personal mistress I had so long desired. I strove to understand her labyrinthine philosophy, the source of her mysterious pain. Everything about her was dark and shrouded, even the way she spoke and the acts she required of me. It took years for me to understand the simple fact that I could never understand Nocturnal. Her mystery was as essential to her as savagery was to Boethia, or treachery was to Molag Bal. To understand Nocturnal is to negate her, to pull back the curtains cloaking her realm of darkness. As much as I loved her, I recognized the futility of unraveling her enigmas. I turned instead to her sister, Azura. Azura is the only Daedra princess I have ever worshipped who seems to care about her followers. Molag Bal wanted my mind, Boethia wanted my arms, and Nocturnal perhaps my curiosity. Azura wants all of that, and our love above all, not our abject slavering, but our honest and genuine caring in all its forms. It is important to her that our emotions be engaged in her worship, and our love must also be directed inward. If we love her and hate ourselves, she feels our pain. I will, for all time, have no other mistress.
Surrender your life to me and I will end your pain. You will die! There is no escape! Is someone there?
kill him.
Now you die! Oh! Oh! Surrender your life to me and I will end your pain!
Sithis is the start of the house. Before him was nothing, but the foolish Altmer have names for and revere this nothing. That is because they are lazy slaves, indeed from the sermons. Stasis asks merely for itself, which is nothing. Sithis sundered the nothing and mutated the parts, fashioning from them a myriad of possibilities. These ideas ebbed and flowed and faded away, and this is how it should have been. One idea, however, became jealous and did not want to die. Like the stasis, he wanted to last. This was the demon Annui El, who made friends, and they called themselves the Aedra. They enslaved everything that Sithis had made and created realms of everlasting imperfection. Thus are the Aedra the false gods, that is, illusion. So Sithis begat Lorcan and sent him to destroy the universe. Lorcan, unstable mutant. Lorcan had found the Aedric weakness. While each rebel was, by their nature, immeasurable, they were, through jealousy and vanity, also separate from each other. They were also unwilling to go back to the nothing of before. So while they ruled their false dominions, Lorcan filled the void with a myriad of new ideas. These ideas were legion. Soon it seemed that Lorcan had a dominion of his own, with slaves and everlasting imperfections, and he seemed for all the world like an Aedra. Thus did he present himself as such to the demon Annui El and the 8 givers as a friend. Go unto the Sharmat Dagoth Ur as a friend, A Herma Mora, Altadun Padhum, Kan Ai.
Grown man, stop jumping at shadows.
This is the end of you, Swit!
That last job was a close one. Too close. You Enwa! Stupid!
Master Gothran agreed to see the acrobats because he needed entertaining. For months now, he'd been struggling with his fellow Telvanni councillor, Master Neloth. Recently, he always found himself on the defensive. It was intolerable. Master Gothran losing a battle with the contemptible Neloth. Inspired by their master's weapon, Mehrunes' razor, Neloth's normally cowardly troops had been nigh invincible. Gothran's own troops had no hope, except to pray that Mehrunes' Dagon would reclaim his artifact. Considering how much havoc it was causing, it seemed likely that the Daedra Prince would allow Master Neloth its use for some time to come. An acrobatic distraction would be a welcome relief. "What tricks can your troop perform?" asked the wizard to the lead acrobat Runan. "Mighty Gothran, alas, we know no tricks. All the realizations of acrobacy we perform are real, with no illusions. We wish we knew tricks, for it's far too time-consuming to have to master actual feats." "Very well. What realizations of acrobacy can you perform?" asked Gothran, with what almost looked like a smile. "Master Jereth will dazzle you as he juggles 15 flaming globes while hopping across broken glass. Master Tulkiander will astound you as she supports her body with one finger while rotating hoops in ornate patterns with her legs. Master Miavis will take a simple ebony blade." "And the Outlander female?" asked the Ashcan, with some disapprobation and a dismissive gesture toward the Redguard woman in the troop. "Master Senindi? Ah, mighty Gothran, she hails from the Alika desert of Hammerfell, where she won renown for her skill at climbing sheer surfaces. You must see her at work to believe it. She moves vertically like you, and I move horizontally. That is all very well, but I do not like outlanders in my court," said the Ashcan. "Many are spies." "Oh, well, Master Neloth felt similarly that—" "Neloth?" roared Gothran. "You entertained that whoreson." 2 days ago, yes. I remember that he said there have been strained relations between you two. He also had some concerns about the outlanders in our troop, though it was our Khajiit tumbler, Master Saraba, who he was particularly suspicious of. In fact, the irony is that he thought Saraba was a spy for you. Well, you know Khajiit. Actually, maybe you don't. "They are a slave race who hold little interest to me," growled Gothran. "You're like Master Neloth, then," said Runan quickly. fully aware of Gothrin's growing rage, which that particular comment had only inflamed. He wasn't used to Khajiit either, or their dark sense of humour. He took some sarcastic comments from Master Saraba literally, and we all ended up being tortured for information about you and your troops. You probably haven't had the experience of being tortured for information you don't have you? I wouldn't recommend it. Eventually, we were let go on the understanding that we would never set foot in Sadrith Mora again. Actually, not all of us were let go. Master Saraba had apparently died under torture. You have probably had experience torturing the slave races and know how easily they break. "No, I haven't," replied Master Gothrin. The fury was dead. "We should have probably left then, but we decided that he still owed us for the entertainment we provided under torture. We weren't sure how to collect, but he mentioned during the course of his ravings that he had a very valuable bauble, a razor of some kind." "Mehrunes' razor," he gasped. What did you do?" Masters Haracostil and Thelegorm compressed themselves low enough to squirm under the gates so they could lower the bridge into the main courtyard of the stronghold. Masters Tolkiande, Miavis, Jereth and I formed a pyramid to give Master Senindi a boost up to the tower of Tel Naga. She scaled it to the top. "She scaled it?" asked Gothrin, who was familiar with the tower. It was high, but the surface of these Telvanni mushrooms is practically a ladder to someone of Master Senindi's skills. In a few minutes' time, she was in the room with the razor in hand. In a few more minutes, she was back down the tower, and we were running for the gateway in. Now, with all humility, I would say that no one is faster on their feet than our troop, but Master Neloth's guards were surprisingly quick. I sent the troop through the gate to the docks while I distracted the guards. "I confess, I never associated brave actions with travelling acrobats," said Gothrin. "It wasn't bravery, it was economics," smiled Runan. "I considered the amount of gold and time it takes to train a good troop, and it seemed smarter to try to save everyone. In any case, I lured the guards around to the back of the gateway inn, far from the others, and when I was sure they were safe, I jumped off the wall and into the water." "You jumped off the wall?" "Well, yes, as a matter of fact I did. It's pretty tall. It was a simple matter, especially since I could land in the water. Still, it's only a matter of rolling and twisting the body like so. I'll demonstrate it if you want." "Later, if you please," said the Ashcan. "What happened then?" "We arrived here at court," said Runan simply. "And when did Master Neloth get Mehrunes' razor back from you?" "Mighty Gothrin, that part of the story hasn't happened yet," said Runan. "Are you ready for us to perform for you now? I hadn't told you yet about our latest realization of acrobacy, when Master Mirvis takes a simple ebony blade and juggles it in one hand and a handful of marshmallow reeds in the other. I don't want to give the whole effect away, but at the end of the act, you have some very fine sheets of papyrus." "It sounds delightful, Master Runan," said Gothrin. "I look forward to seeing it in a few days' time, but I must leave now to meet Master Neloth on the field. I will soon return for a victory celebration, and I want to see all your realizations of acrobacy. In the meantime, you will be honored guests with every luxury the Archmagister of House Telvanni can afford. So the room and board will be almost as nice as a third-rate show in Rihad," said Senindi as they took their rooms a few hours later. "Why do we bother with these backwoods performances?" "There are already so many jugglers in Rihad," said Runan with a shrug.
I don't know you. What do you want? I don't know you. What do you want? My notion of the ideal knight is an orc named Dumbuk Gro Bolak. He serves with the Legion under General Darius up in Nesis. You'll usually find him in the barracks. Look him up. He knows his trade and Vardenfell. Have you noticed, for all its proclamations about protecting the rights of property and preserving law and order, the Imperial Legion does little enough to capture and prosecute abolitionists? I don't know you. What do you want?
Thatcher.
Now you die!
Thatcher.
Now you die!
Thatcher.
Oh!
Die, Thatcher.
This is the end of Wick! I have you! You will suffer greatly! There is no escape! Oh! You will die! Oh! 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 Oh!
Thatcher.
You fight like a child.
Oh, bye.
Oh.
I will kill you, coward! You are a fool to fight me!
You want something, friend?
You won't escape me that easily.
I'm an officer of the Imperial Legion. Move along.
I have you. I will enjoy this. You're hardly a match for me.
One of the few magical arts the Psijics of Artium have kept to themselves, away from the common spells and schools of the Mages Guild, is the gift of divination. Despite this, or perhaps because of it, omens and prophecies abound in Tamriel, some of substance, others of pure folly, and still others so ambiguous as to be unverifiable. There are still other prophecies kept secret, from the prophecies of Drogizad in Elsewhere and the Nerevarine in Morrowind to the Elder Scrolls themselves. The Nord nobility have a tradition of having omens read for their children. In general, these readings are of the obscure variety. One of my acquaintances told me that her parents were told, for example, that their daughter would have her life rescued by a snake, and so gave her the name Serpentkin in a special ceremony. And this young lady, Eria Valcor Serpentkin, was indeed saved by a snake many years later, when an assassin creeping on her stepped on a Dansworm viper. Occasionally omens seemed to be almost purposefully misleading, as if Boethia had crafted them as traps. I recall one particularly. Many, many years ago, a male child was born into House Redoran. It was a very difficult birth, and the mother was delirious and near death by the time it was over. She chanted just as her son came into the world, and she passed from it. Fortune has smiled this day, not frowned. My child will be mighty in mind and in arm. He shall bring hope to House Redoran. Neither spell nor blade shall hurt the man, nor illness nor poison cause any harm. His blood shall never drop on the ground. The boy, named Andas, was indeed extraordinary. He never was ill, and never suffered so much as a scratch all through his childhood. He was also quite intelligent and strong, which, combined with his invulnerability, caused many to call him, after his mother's omen, the Hope of the Redoran. Of course, anyone who is called the Hope of the Redoran will eventually develop some taint of impertinence, and it wasn't long before he had enemies. His worst enemy was his cousin Athin, who had borne much abuse at the hands of Andas. Primary among the grudges was that Athin had been sent to Rihad to complete his education at Andas's insistence. When Athin returned from Hammerfell, it was because of the death of his father, who had also been a councillor of the house. Athin was old enough to take his seat in the council, but Andas claimed the seat as well, saying that his cousin had been gone too long from Morrowind and didn't understand politics as he did. The majority of the house agreed with Andas, wanting to see the Hope of Redoran rise quickly. Athin exercised his right to combat his cousin for the seat. No one thought he had any chance of winning, of course, but the battle was scheduled to commence the following morn. Andas whored and dined and drank with the councillors that night, confident that his place in the house was secured and the hopeful new dawn of House Redoran was rising. Athin retired to his castle with his friends, Andas's enemies, and his servants he had brought from Hammerfell. Athin and his friends were discussing the duel morosely when one of his old teachers, a warrior called Shardi, came into the hall. She had grown quite proud of her student over the years in Hammerfell, proud enough to accompany him across the Empire to his family's lands, and wanted to know why they had so little confidence in his odds in the battle. They explained to her Andas's uncommon blessings and the nature of his mother's omen. If he can't be harmed by disease, poison, magicka, and his blood can never be spilled, what hope have I of ever besting him? Cried Athin. Have you remembered nothing I taught you? Replied Shardi. Is there no weapon you can think of that will slay without blood? Are swords and spears and arrows the only items in your arsenal? Athin quickly realized the weapon Shardi was speaking of, but it seemed absurd. Not only absurd, but pathetic and primitive. Still, it was the only hope he had. All that night, Shardi trained him in the art and techniques, showing him the various swings and stances her people had developed in Albion Gora. Counterattacks, feints and blocks imported from Yokuda, the classic one- and two-handed grips for the most ancient weapon in history. The cousins faced one another the next morning, and never have two combatants looked so unevenly matched. Andas's entrance brought a great cheer, for not only was he much beloved as the Hope of the Redoran, but as his victory was a foregone conclusion, most wanted to be in good standing with him. His shining mail and blade drew admiration and awe. By contrast, Athin drew a gasp of surprise and only a smattering of polite applause. He appeared costumed and armed like a barbarian. As Shardi had suggested, Athin allowed Andas to attack first. The Hope of the Redoran was eager to finish the battle and take the power he deserved quickly. The blade, pushed by Andas's mighty arm, slashed across Athin's chest, but shallowly, and before it could be counterswung, Athin knocked it back with his own weapon. When Athin attacked and wounded Andas, the Hope of the Redoran was so surprised by being hurt for the first time in his life, he dropped his sword. The less said about the end of the battle, the better. Suffice it to say that Athin, wielding a simple club, battered Anders to death without spilling a drop of blood. Athin took his father's seat as counsellor, and it was then said that the hope in the omen referred to Athin, not Anders. After all, had Anders not tried to take the counsellor seat away from his cousin, Athin, being not very ambitious, might have never tried to get it. It can certainly be argued that way, I suppose. An overview of gods and worship in Tamriel by Brother Hetchfeld. Editor's note, Brother Hetchfeld is an associate scribe at the Imperial University Office of Introductory Studies. Gods are commonly viewed by the evidence of their interest in worldly matters. A central belief in the active participation of deities in mundane matters can be challenged by the evidence of apathy on the part of gods during times of plague or famine. From intervention in legendary quests to manifestations in common daily life, no pattern for the gods of Tamriel activities is readily apparent. The concerns of gods in many ways may seem unrelated or at best unconcerned with the daily trials of the mortal realm. The exceptions do exist, however. Many historical records and legends point to the direct intervention of one or more gods at times of great need. Many heroic tales recount blessings of the divinity bestowed upon heroic figures who worked or quested for the good of a deity or the deity's temple. Some of the more powerful artifacts in the known world were originally bestowed upon their owners through such reward. It has also been reported that priests of high ranking in their temples may on occasion call upon their deity for blessings or help in time of need. The exact nature of such contact and the blessings bestowed is given to much speculation, as the temples hold such associations secret and holy. This direct contact gives weight to the belief that the gods are aware of the mortal realm. In many circumstances, however, these same gods will do nothing in the face of suffering and death, seeming to feel no need to interfere. It is thus possible to conclude that we, as mortals, may not be capable of understanding more than a small fraction of the reasoning and logic such beings use. One defining characteristic of all gods and goddesses is their interest in worship and deeds. Deeds in the form of holy quests are just one of the many things that bring the attention of a deity. Deeds in everyday life, by conforming to the statutes and obligations of individual temples, are commonly supposed to please a deity. Performance of ceremony in a temple may also bring a deity's attention. Ceremonies vary according to the individual deity. The results are not always apparent, but sacrifice and offerings are usually required to have any hope of gaining a deity's attention. While direct intervention in daily temple life has been recorded, the exact nature of the presence of a god in daily mundane life is up to great speculation. A traditional saying of the Wood Elves goes, "One man's miracle is another man's accident." While some gods are believed to take an active part of daily life, others are well known for their lack of interest in temporal affairs. It has been theorized that gods do in fact gain strength from such things as worship through praise, sacrifice, and deed. It may even be theorized that the number of worshippers a given deity has may reflect on his overall position among the other gods. This, my own conjecture, garnered from the apparent ability of the larger temples to attain blessings and assistance from their god with greater ease than smaller religious institutions. There are reports of the existence of spirits in our world that have the same capacity to use the actions and deeds of mortals to strengthen themselves as do the gods. The understanding of the exact nature of such creatures would allow us to understand with more clarity the connection between a deity and the deity's worshippers. The implication of the existence of such spirits leads to the speculation that these spirits may even be capable of raising themselves to the level of a god or goddess. Motusuo of the Imperial Seminary has suggested that these spirits may be the remains of gods and goddesses who through time lost all or most of their following, reverting to their earliest, most basic form. Practitioners of the old ways say that there are no gods, just greater and lesser spirits. Perhaps it is possible for all three theories to be true.
Thatcher.
You will bring me great honor. Oh. 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 Ow. Oh. Oh.
Now, you die. Coward! Now, you die.
Surrender your life to me and I will end your pain.
Thatcher. Thatcher.
I paid him good money. The sword better be sharp as a scamp's claw.
Awake. How's day gone? Stupid! Oh!
fetcher.
No one can match me.
My dinner.
You lost this round. You are easily. I have you. This is pointless. Die. Give in, scoundrel. No one can match me. Oh! You won't escape me that easy.
Now, you die.
Stupid fetcher.
Fine.
absolutely nothing.
Come on, help a scamp out. You gotta need something. I've got booze. Don't want to work. Just want to bang on my drum. What's a scamp gotta do?
Citizen,